All right, good evening and welcome to the Bellows Falls Village Trustee regular meeting. It's Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. It's 6:15 p.m. and we are down here in the lower theater. For those of you who had wanted to see the Axon demonstration in the new police vehicle, that was at 5:30 to 6. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And we need to approve the minutes of Tuesday, August 10, 2021. Would someone like to make that?
The minutes of the August 10th, 2021 trustees meeting.
You need a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion on the minutes?
I had one question.
Sure.
Scott might be able to, under the manager's report, Scott, it said that the ARPA funding has arrived and the town received 77,000 and the village 155,000. Was that? It seemed to me that the town got more than the village, but I'm not sure.
They did, and that was only the first portion. I think what it was supposed to be was that's the first portion of the two payments, which will equal the 155. And then there's a second piece that's coming. That's the county portion. So that number has changed. So we're going to update that for you at the joint meeting. So it's changed for both the town and the village.
So are these numbers correct? I mean,
so yeah, the 155, 199 is the first round of funding. And then there's a second round of funding, which came from the county portion of ARPA, which was separate than this, which will add to that.
So the village got 155.
In the first round.
It was correct. Okay.
And then
And
there's
the
a
town
second.
got 77.
No, the town's actually getting more than that. So
The number will be updated
Correct.
at the joint board meeting.
yes,
Okay,
so we'll get you those updated numbers.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further? All right, then, all those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. I need to make sure to add an executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss a legal matter that would give premature knowledge to the village and would be harmful. So we will do that at the end of the meeting. Whatever the heck that is, turn that sound down. Oh. Okay. Anything further to add to the agenda, Scott?
No, that would be the only item for tonight.
Okay. That was Susan Smaller saying she couldn't get on Zoom, so she's on watching Fact TV.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So
Everybody else got on
apparently the Zoom, other people did, but she was not able to. I don't know. That's interesting.
I've got 4 people on.
Okay, well, she's watching it by Fact right now. She doesn't speak anyway.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Public comment on items not on the agenda. Is there anyone out there who wants to speak? Having no one here in the audience. Well, I guess
Betsy
not.
might have her hand up.
Maybe, yeah. Okay.
Betsy, either that or I have.
Maybe it's your hand.
I'm sorry if my hand is up. I don't need to say anything except for hi.
Hi.
Hello, Betsy. No, my little hand was on your little square. It's like Hollywood squares here.
Yeah.
So I apologize. Nope, that was all good.
Okay, so we're good.
Yes.
Moving on to the manager's report.
Thank you. So a couple of items since we've last met. We have an ongoing recruitment effort, as you're aware, in the PD. And we have 2 candidates which you had met previously. We have another candidate who's potentially going through the part-time academy. We're still actively recruiting. The chief has some leads for some transfer opportunities, which we're pursuing. We're hopeful that something can shake loose, but as we're all aware, the recruiting and retention on police officers has been a statewide issue, if not a nationwide issue, and we're struggling with it just like every other jurisdiction is. So we'll keep you in the loop as these things develop, and hopefully we'll have more folks so we can bring on board and be able to bring to a future meeting and at least introduce to the community. Water department, we do have a vacancy currently posted. We're actively searching for applicants. Important position for us. Long-term, we have a very small department. It requires a lot of certifications in order to be a certified operator, and that's something that we're looking for. as a couple of our guys have, served a long time in the village, and at some point they'll be looking to retire. So we want to make sure whoever we bring on board is interested in pursuing their licensing and making sure that long-term we've got this person on that can be here and be, a long-term employee in that operation. So we will keep you up to date as that recruitment continues. Finance director, I've been out doing stuff behind the scenes. A couple of other communities have been doing recruitments and checking with candidates to see that were not selected in other communities, if they'd be interested in our opening. One of the biggest challenges is some of these are fairly far away, and it's a long commute for somebody to potentially come here in that position. We're still working on it. We have a couple of options that I'm pursuing to hopefully set up some second interviews with the full finance committee sometime later this month. The goal here is to have a person on board, preferably earlier in October rather than later. As you can see from our pre-audit that we'll go through in a little bit, it's a tremendous amount of work required to get ready and prepare for the audit. As we've discussed, last year we were tardy and didn't meet our deadlines and scrambled and created a lot of difficulty getting the audit reported on time and getting the audit out to the public on time and getting feedback through various community people. So we want to make sure that this year we are fully functional, fully reported, and have an opportunity to share all that information prior to the annual meeting. So we're going to start that process. I'll at least walk you through some of the things that you can see on the checklist. And we do have dates set to start that work in November. So we're going to push through, preferably with a new finance director on board, but if not, then we'll do the best we can with our current arrangements and make it work. So those are the basic things. A couple of the other items we'll address, I'm sure, as we go through some of the agenda items, so I'll keep the comments for those.
All right, so the first item on our agenda is the Axon demo, which we had at 5:30. Do the trustees have anything to say about that, or move on to item number 2? I don't hear anything.
The only thing I'll say about it, Deb, just briefly, is that, as you can tell by the system, it generates a tremendous amount of material. So it has various triggers where it's going to automatically record, and then that information is uploaded. It gets stored in the cloud. It's going to be a concern as we go forward with trying to manage all that additional data. So that's something that we've been talking about, trying to figure out how we can keep the servers and the PD from becoming overloaded. We've got issues with the video that we had talked about previously. Still working on solutions. I'm still not satisfied that we have the best and most cost-effective solution to bring back to the board for their consideration. So that's still being worked through. But I at least wanted you to see the current demo to see how things are progressing. All of this technology, it's great. It provides, I think, another source of I think, integrity of how officers are working in the field and giving information that we wouldn't get other ways. But it also then creates challenges to manage all that data and make sure it's available for cases, make sure it's available for review, and make sure that it's stored and somehow record properly. So a lot of behind the scenes work goes into that technology to make it work and do the things that we want it to do. So we'll be coming back to you with some more technology related issues as we go forward.
At this point, only one of the vehicles is outfitted, yes?
Fully functional, yes.
Okay, the new vehicle.
Yes.
This one. So the other 3 cruisers are operating without the Axon camera.
Without that full setup, yes.
Okay, do we have projected dates for setup?
We're hoping to have everything up and running by the end of the year in all of our
Okay.
vehicles.
So another 3 months basically
Right.
through the end of the year.
Because they have to
Last
go
quarter.
through testing and certification. It's a whole process to get this thing installed.
Okay.
So
And have you looked at other towns, what they do, what their solution is for storing all this data?
well, the cloud is, right now, a lot of that Axon data goes directly to the cloud. Our challenge is we have all this old, we have these huge storage, continuing issues about our cameras inside the building and how that information is stored and how it's cataloged and then how we have to retrieve it. I'm hoping to work with Axon on a solution that might share the same transmission and data protocol, so it could be part of the Axon process. So we'd have data from basically recording from the building, data recording from the cars, and then data recording from other internal cameras, like when we do interviews or we have prisoners and things that are triggered by events that are all part of the same requirement for us to keep and maintain those records. So we're working with Axon. We're hoping that maybe they're a more cost-effective solution than some of the solutions we've presented so far. So keep you in the loop as we go forward.
Thank you. Item number 2 is the discussion of the North Westminster Agreement. You all have a copy of that agreement in front of you, as old as it is. Say 40 years. It's 40 years old, essentially. And the purpose, of course, has to do with their billing and how it's handled and how it's paid and so on and so forth. We have that material. So whoever wants to start. Jake, you got something? Looks like you do.
Well, it's not about how we're billing, it's about how they're not paying
I
us
know, well,
promptly.
I just want to be
Right.
kind when I say that.
And of course, the agreement, it's like in perpetuity. It began in 82,
Right.
but there's no provision for it to change. I noticed also in the section 2, which is the payment is based on an assumed volume.
Right.
Right, which I have checked, and those standards have not changed, surprisingly.
They haven't changed
No.
in all that time. So, but what's interesting to me is that in that paragraph, it says, cubic feet for the treatment and disposal of the sewage from North Westminster as users residing in the Bellows Falls Village Corporation. Okay,
Mhm.
well, the users in the Bellows Falls Village Corporation, if they don't pay promptly when due, we assess interest and late fees. And I believe that is the key. I believe we bill them twice a year. Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
It looks like it's twice a year, and which is what we bill our customers twice a year. And however we calculate, however our staff calculates interest and late fees for our users, we should apply that same calculation for the payment from the town of Westminster.
4 and 5 actually says so. I mean, it
I
actually
agree.
says they have the same obligation.
Same obligation. So if, it appears from the data that you included that we billed the second half for $23,350. And that was
April of 2021.
April.
Right, we received a payment.
We repaid.
Is that what that
Of
$11,000 is?
$11,000 in August. They owe us approximately $8,000, and we are billing again roughly the first week of October, right around the 7th of
Well, it'd be
October.
more than 8,000 if they paid 11
Out of 23,000,
out of 23.
Right.
there was $12,000 approximately.
My reading of this is that the payment, my reading of this is that the payment is due the first of each year for the treatment and disposal at those set rates, which are the same as for the Bellows Falls Village Corp.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the bill, the cubic footage for the single families is, so we're billing for half of the rate?
We
Half a year.
So
Bill half a
that's
year,
why it's
yeah.
53.
We bill September to March, and then we bill again.
Where do you see the due date of the first of the year?
It's on
under
section
2.
2.
There's actually language that says that.
Shall
It's,
make
it's,
payment
it's
due
out
the
of
first of
date
each
to the
year.
practice of how it's actually billed.
I picked up on that as well, section
Correct.
2, where it says due the first of each year.
I took to be pay the full amount based upon 10,700 cubic feet.
I think maybe to help alleviate some of our concerns, because I agree with you that it's a little bit confusing, as well as our delinquent collection policy really relates to different cycles, right? It's not really as relevant to how this is billed. So I think maybe the point of this being is that I think we would have to, and the last time our delinquent water sewer policy was updated was 2012. So it's not that old, but it does go through the process about how you have to be notified. I think the North Westminster district is a little different than our regular customer billing, but I think we can make modification so that there is some enabling portion that requires them to pay by certain dates, or there's penalty or potential for shut off.
Well,
So
if I may, I would suggest that our conversation be between the Bellows Falls Village Corporation and the town of Westminster, or i.e. the North Westminster District, because there had been topics raised here in the past as to whether or not the village should take over the billing. And
Yeah.
we had decided at the time, and still maintain, that we are not going to do that. It's easier to deal with, I think, in more efficient and more better legal means to deal with that entity, rather than doing anything with individual customers out there as far as delinquencies or whatever. If basically what I'm saying is, one of the elements is if they're late in their payment, we notify the town of Westminster or the North Westminster District, and then they can beat feet and do whatever they have to do to collect. But this is still due to us. I don't want to get into being a collection agency.
Oh, no.
Because we've had that.
We're not
I don't think
talking
we
about
do
that.
either.
But I believe they know they owe the money. They just,
I've called the
Take
person
care-
responsible multiple times, have not received a call back.
Right.
And you can see from some of the previous
Pam's contact,
correspondence.
fourth request on.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well,
This
that-
is not an unusual pattern. It's a little frustrating.
so I think I would automatically start the accruing the penalties or interest. I believe there's both penalties and interest. I'm not sure, but I think we don't bill annually, we bill semi-annually.
Correct.
And but whatever it is, whether it's April 1st and October 1st, then, and we expect payment thereafter, then I think we should figure out what according to the rules that you've set up for all of our customers, and just apply it to the town of Westminster. Because they incorporated it, or they merged with North Westminster, I
Right.
believe. I don't think that entity still exists. I believe
Well, that's, I believe, to be the case, but I'm not sure. But what I'm saying is, if we're dealing with the town of Westminster, that's the way we ought to keep it.
yeah,
And as far as the payment, there is under number 2, payment due the first of each year.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Well,
That's a problem.
that does not prohibit the accumulation of interest and penalties.
But
So,
it technically says it's not, no, it says due. And that's a problem right there. We should actually speak to them and tell them we're revising the agreement. This is 40 years old. I mean, telling them we're going to get every 6 months, well, the beginning of the new year, we can't give them we can't add any penalties on until the first of the new year, which is 2022.
And then you have to give them notice in 14 days to
Right.
cure that notice.
Right.
So we
and
need
you
to,
get
I think it's
and-
time, long past time, we review this and actually make amendments to it, such as we bill them and we give them 60 days. Maybe that, whatever we have to do, but our obligations, same obligations we give to our regular users in the village, it's not appropriate that they continue to hold on to the fees or their process of collection.
Right.
We need to collect this.
Okay, I
I can
believe that
work-
to be usual and customary, but it does say in this agreement that respective of the both boards. So whoever the select board, I believe, but now I don't know if the North Westminster has a board of any more fire commissioners, or how is it?
I have no idea how that's set up now.
I
But we
think
can't-
that they've been subsumed into the
Town.
Board of Trustees for the town, but
Yeah.
I don't know that 100% for fact. So I think what I'd like to do is work with our attorney about the entity that we have to work through, the process to get them to basically comply with our delinquent policy as well as any additional penalties and interest, and how that would be incorporated into an agreement, even if we have to attach an amendment to the existing agreement. And then I think that that would make sense to go forward. But I'd like to work with them because I think we're going to trip ourselves if we don't do some research on some of this and get ourselves into just a circular
legal
argument
bind,
that
yeah,
never gets resolved.
could.
So
All right.
And then, do we know whether the flows have ever been reviewed?
Yeah.
And then I guess the other question is
well, I'd like to go and
Number of
do a
units.
field audit of the actual units because I believe that the unit mix is not accurate.
Right.
I would guess.
The way we're billing
So-
them, according to, was that not 7 multi-units? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
7 multis and
Just
39
7.
singles.
And I can't imagine that, I mean, it's not like any of us go out there, and I don't know that necessarily know that they give us information so Pam knows how to bill it.
well, they're
Multis
listers.
are 2.
Yeah,
They're not 3 or 4.
You just have, it's not hard, right?
Yeah.
There aren't that
Anything
many
over
to go
Right.
out
single
and do an
unit.
audit and just come back with an update. So I
Yep.
think we'll do that. We'll work with the
Meters.
attorney on some
Yeah.
updated language and I'll bring that back to you as a draft so
Right.
you can
Their
incorporate
listers
that.
should have that information. But
Right, because that mix might not be
But
accurate.
keep in mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, and you were mentioning, Jeff, the flow.
Right.
That flow is established by state law or state statute.
It's actually an engineering standard that still exists and it's based on calculation of usage for the normal single-family home.
Right, and that's how they do it today.
Yes,
So
still the
even-
same, because I went and double-checked it, because I'm like, God, this
Yeah.
has to have changed over 40 years, but
So
apparently it hasn't.
I don't
so.
think I mean, as much as maybe we'd like to review it, I think this is it.
But we can, according
Yeah.
to 5,
Yeah.
we can ask, 6, we can ask for a review.
Right.
Where does Pam get the numbers for 39 single units and 7 multis? Where does she get that number?
It's a historical billing, and I don't believe
a
anybody's
recent-
ever gone back
never
and
been
changed it,
adjusted,
that
yeah.
I'm aware of.
Right,
And-
so,
and,
so I guess initially we need to call for a review.
well, I think we need to audit in the field, but also,
Well, I think that's what
Yeah.
that would mean, yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But I think that we'll need some language to make sure that we can attach an amendment or an addendum. I wouldn't make into the existing agreement. And it'll be clear as to what the consequences are of various activity.
And we will wind up having a joint meeting with whoever they send forward. at
I
some
would
point.
imagine at some point we'll invite them to come
Yep.
and speak to us
Yeah.
and see where we go.
Yep.
Of course,
Have you talked to the manager about this?
No, I have only spoken to him once about this, fairly briefly, and that was right after the storms, and he was a little stressed out. We
Yeah.
have not spoken since.
they've been here before,
Yep.
and I think
We know how that went.
the last time they came, their manager came with them. I can't remember if it's the same
that'd
one
be
or
good.
No,
not.
it was him.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I'm sure Russ would come, but I think it would be helpful to
Yeah.
have some elected officials come as well.
Right, maybe they're, whoever the board, and again, we don't know if North Westminster has their own board or if they simply use the Westminster board.
Well, I think part of the legal review is we'll ask our attorney to make sure that we have the appropriate entity, whatever
Right,
that is, that if that's no longer the entity, there is a successor entity that has that responsibility. I just don't,
Right.
I don't know. But we'll have all that information
Could
for
be
you.
opening that hornet nest again.
Well, I would anticipate you'll get
Well,
some
it's-
feedback.
But like you said, it's 40 years.
I know, it's a
Yeah.
40-year-old
I think that-
agreement, we've never done anything else. Yeah.
We just want them to pay the bill.
That's all we
It's
want.
all, it's just, it's galling to think that they just sit on it and say, tough luck.
And she
You know,
says when
we'll
she
do
collects
when
it,
we
she says
feel
she'll
like
send
it.
it.
And, anyway,
That's the only explanation I have received. If there's another explanation, I'm not aware of it because I was like multiple attempts to contact, just have not received any call back. So
Okay,
that's where we stand.
that's where we
Okay.
are with it.
Okay.
All right, moving on to number 3, financial update, finance committee, and all those items under there. I'm assuming you're gonna lead this off.
I thought
Scott?
maybe with the finance committee update, I thought maybe Jigs might just give an update as to the last time we met and just some of the progress, some of the things that are still out there that we have to do, and then we'll segue into some of the additional items under the subheadings here.
Okay,
Right,
Jiggs.
we had our second meeting. Cynthia from NEMRIC is spending 2 days a week here, which is clearly not sufficient in terms of the work that she's facing. But that's the way it is. That's her availability, and we until we get a finance director, we're going to have to make that work. At our last meeting, there hadn't been much change in the village financials since our first meeting. A lot of work had gone into the multitude of areas of the town that require attention, as well as internal items like payroll records and taxes and these types of things, which are basically, they cover both the village and the town. The urgency that I expressed at that meeting had to do with the rate increases, or the recommendation for rate increases on water and sewer that we have to act on tonight. We were hoping to have a updated schedule of debt for the water fund and the sewer fund. That apparently is not quite ready. If you look at, my concern is that in our budget, if you look at our budget, and you can actually look at the first 2-month report here that was handed out, what we budgeted to pay for debt service in the water fund looks light to me, as I think the sewer fund is a little bit more accurate in the budget. But until we get the debt schedule that Cynthia is comfortable signing off on, we really won't be able to really true up what we've got in the budget is that accurate or not. But I think that the recommendations that Scott is going to be making are probably appropriate, and I think that the key thing obviously is to get a finance director in, and I know Scott is working hard on that. There was something else I was going to mention, but it has eluded me.
Sure.
I'm sure I'll think about it.
I think a couple of things to supplement what Jigs was talking about. One of the reasons that Cynthia is a little bit reticent about giving us draft financials for 2020, which is part of what Jigs was alluding to, a lot of work has already gone into, is we want to review those with the auditor, because quite a few of those had multiple transactions associated with it, and we wanted to make sure that we had reviewed all that with the auditor prior to releasing that in this public meeting. So that meeting has not been scheduled. I think we're hopeful that in the next 2 weeks, if we can get through what Jigs had talked about, then I think we're in a position to review that with the finance committee and the auditors, and then have that presented to the board so that they can see their 2020 position, which then
2021.
or their 21 position,
Right,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, which then obviously then segues into how we start developing our numbers for the next budget cycle as well. So, I mean, there's timing involved in all of this. It's been delayed, and I think Jigs alluded to some of the things that we have run into that were consequential for time. It took us a period of time to resolve some of our benefit concerns that have been raised previously by this board. we had to do some cleanup on our financial reporting for our retirement system. Not only the VEMR system, but I also had to go back and do some updates and reporting from our the old system. We still have members in that system, and some other reporting that had not been done, and when I circulated and made sure that they had received updates. The people that are still active in that system, we still have quite a number. The other thing that we've run into is the RLF, which is a whole nother segment of our financial operation. There were some issues with some of the postings. Again, no malfeasance in terms of no missing money, but just things were not appropriately closed out, transactions were not appropriately posted, so loan balances were not reflective of actuals. So those things are being resolved. They had an RLF meeting today. The final issues on our debt position are a couple of large reimbursements, one of which we've talked about for a significant period of time. And I had mentioned in some of my correspondence to you is this USDA payment, which is it's a large number. And we're working with USDA, and it's a little frustrating because it's slow. But as you saw from the history, or at least the reporting history, it had been requested back in late March, followed up again in the spring, followed up again as recently as the last 2 weeks. Still have not gotten an update in terms of if there's a specific concern or a reason why we're not getting processed. If I don't get some satisfaction here within the next week, I'll go and take it to another level of administration to try to find out where we are or why we're not getting to at least getting feedback as to why our payment requisition from March hasn't been processed and transferred back to the village. That will eliminate a big chunk of that balance in the due to from account, which has been a point of conversation at this board for an extended period of time. It also then impacts that debt schedule and repayment schedule that Jigs was referring to. And so we want to make sure that when I present that, the board, the finance committee and the auditor are comfortable, and then the board ultimately is comfortable, because those do impact budget and tax decisions as we go forward, obviously. A lot of these decisions, as you saw from some of the history, were previous authorizations and carried through. On the water side, it was a little different than on the sewer side. The sewer, we had to wait, and the project had to go all the way to completion, and then you could apply for the reimbursement. On the water side, you could apply for periodic payments, which they did. So I think that's one of the factors as to why the water fund looks healthier overall than the sewer fund, why there were these large imbalances. And that's just the factor of the programs and how they work. The other issue that I think is a little bit confusing is at one point we had these bonds with negative interest and a posting of the negative interest. Those bonds have now been replaced. And so there'll be new bonds in place that will not have, it was a lower amount of bond debt because they took away the negative interest now and they just replaced it with a lower total bond debt. So those bonds then are going to have to be factored into our annual bond payments, so that I can walk you through those as well, so that everybody is a clear understanding of what our annual obligations are. Some of those I highlighted in some of the material that we'll be talking about later with the water sewer rates, but it's not finalized. So again, we're still not at a point where I can give you dollar for dollar where we stand with our debt schedule and where we stand with our annual repayment obligations. So we are still in that process. I've asked, and Cynthia's gotten some additional help. This week we had an extra person on board. We're trying to get additional people to help us speed up some of that so we can get some of that in a more timely fashion to meet some of the deadlines that we had discussed, that we really want to get into this prior to the November process where we start all over with a new audit cycle. And then right after that, we jump right into budget. So it's becoming a little bit of a time crunch and a concern that we get through this and make sure that we're all comfortable with it. So as we go forward, if there are additional meetings required, one of the things we might have to do is schedule a meeting where we just have a finance committee presentation and a finance update just to get through some of the volume of this material. But I'm hoping that we don't have to do that, but if it becomes necessary, we'll certainly make arrangements so that we can do that and keep ourselves on schedule, so.
The amount of that is just under $1 million, 988,000,
Right.
which is interesting because in the audit, the 2020 audit, which we got at the end of this year,
Right.
it actually shows the last item under the long-term debt schedule for the sewer fund. It shows $988,000.
Yes.
So it actually, we haven't got the money yet, but
Right.
it shows on the schedule, and it shows that the payment record, what the payments are gonna be. But of course, it doesn't say when the payments are gonna start. So anyway, it's a well-known number. I wish the Rural Development Association would recognize it and send us the check. But the other thing I noticed is so far in the first 2 months of the year, if you look at those financials that got turned out, we actually show the sewer fund having paid $270,000 in debt service payment in the first 2 months. And that probably is accentuating the due to, due from, which is up to close to 1.3 million. You know, $1 million of that's going to go away as soon as we get that payment.
Yes.
But that extra 300,000 is probably a timing difference between, we're still not showing any sewer revenue, because I guess we wait until, October 1st, when the bills go out?
Go out.
Right, we'll be doing
And we'll
that
accrue
shortly.
the full amount of the bill.
Right.
Correct.
So it, anyway, but if you remember last year, we didn't show any debt service payments.
I know.
Even though there were some.
Right, but they weren't shown.
They weren't
Yeah.
shown. But I know Cynthia's on top of this, and but clearly September 1st is a big payment date in looking through this material. September 1st is a big payment date. So that, and this is through August, I think, through August 31st. I don't know.
Oh, what is it?
The
Yeah.
most recent one, it actually goes through, I think through last week. I think she was doing payments as updates on this budget status report.
Current year, period 2. So this was run on the 11th, but
Right.
I think it's through August 31st. But anyway, already 270,000 have been paid. So.
Yeah. Well, the one that Scott gave me this afternoon, I think he gave everybody, right?
Yes.
It says period 3.
Right.
It does
You
say
have the one that
period-
says 9/13/21, Jigs. That's the
Period
newest
3,
one.
it does say
Yes.
period 3, but that period 3 technically would be September 30th. So maybe this does include the first.
Yeah, and there's a whopping $1,971.73 as
Revenue.
this says revenue. The core sewer. God. Okay,
So we got a bit to
we
catch
got
up
a ways to catch up.
Yes.
Anything further on that?
So no, that's pretty much the finance committee portion of this. The second piece was the pre-audit, which is this
Right, it says
RH.
blue and white paper you sent
Right.
us? You gave
So
us?
the internal control document requirements are basically one of the concerns that the board had, and that we wanted to address with you going forward. And this internal control works for both the town and the village, which is why I just printed the one copy. There's a host of pre-audit reviews that we have to go through, and it's fairly extensive. You can see that some are specific to COVID and other program-related items. Some are more of a, how do you handle your cash? What are you doing with your investments? You know, just a whole host of items, how we're handling our revenues and receivables. Some of the questions that the board has been less than satisfied with some of our answers. I'm hoping that once we go through this in greater detail, and make sure that the auditors then come back and give us guidance in areas where we're not as compliant as we should or could be, then I think we'll be in a position that we won't have these areas of concern. So I guess it's a little overwhelming, as you can see, with all the pieces of data that they're requesting, but I wanted you to see the thoroughness of what they're asking us for and how we're going to then sort of put ourselves through an updated best practices review, for lack of a better description, so that we feel confident that when we're through this audit process, that the numbers that we're going to be presenting on time and prior to any of our annual meetings will be less of a concern as last year's process was. So
Who completes this, the questionnaires?
it'll probably be myself, and I'm hopeful in some areas to have the new finance director. If not, I'll have to work with Cynthia
Yeah.
to do it. So
Okay. And they get these, this is pre-audit
correct,
material, right? So they need it before they come in.
right.
In November.
On top of all the other records
And-
that you
yeah,
have to have
Everything.
in piles of other, documents. So,
I would assume once this is done, this would be sort of repetitive year to year, unless you've changed any computer systems and so on and so forth.
it should be fairly easy once we're through the
Right.
first,
The first one.
right.
Yeah.
So,
And obviously, this has a precursor. I mean, this is done every year. I mean, they give you a list of things that they want.
Yep.
yes,
So it's,
this is a fairly comprehensive review.
But this is-
So,
yeah.
and I guess the reason I wanted to share it with the board is because I wanted you to see that we're going to dig into some of our system areas and make sure that we are doing things correctly, not only from a financial standpoint, but also to make sure that timing-wise, we don't have the same issues that we ran into last year.
Checks and balances and all
Right.
that.
So that we have
Yeah.
time to address your concerns and be on top of the questions that might come, whatever they might be. So that was the purpose of just, I didn't want to overwhelm you with detail, but I thought it was important to see it. And if there are items, again, in an area of your concern, and you can look through it, and there are things in there that then break down into pretty detailed requirements. But if there are things for whatever reason that you feel are not being addressed, I would certainly then take those back and make sure that we address those as part of this process as well. So feel free to add whatever commentary or other items you feel might be necessary. Be more than happy to include it.
Guys, anything? Okay, on this?
Yeah.
Just gonna check. Let's keep looking at the minutes, I'm not looking. Then I want to go to the draft water, sewer, and general fund. That's what we have.
So that is the budget status report, which again is not completed as Jiggs had described, but there is at least some numbers that we were able to pull together just to give you a snapshot, and certainly we'll answer any questions or make sure that we can come back to you with any concerns. When you look at our overall budget, this does not reflect any of our, ARPA activity, which is going to be segmented and separate, and we'll talk about how we want or think we want to address those going forward. Those monies we've kept in separate accounts because I think it's important that we keep ourselves, keep the accounting for what we do with that money very specific and make sure that we're fully compliant with all the federal guidelines, because I think there is going to be a tremendous amount of interest in how that ARPA money is going to be spent, and I'm sure it's going to be an area of intense review. So we want to make sure that we make recommendations and talk about things that make sense, that fit within those program guidelines, so that we don't get ourselves into a problem down the road.
Right, to be easy to extract when they have to be audited, so.
Correct.
It'll be easier to do it then.
Are there,
Give the
there must be some guidelines that
There have been some things, VLCT's been helpful in that. There'll be more, I think, at the, there's meetings in October. I think some are town fair that are the part of that
coming up,
process. Some are additional. I think there's a VT CMA managers group meeting in the middle of October that are also going to address some of this. So I should have some significant guidance to you by the end of October so that we're in a good place to start talking about things that we might want to do. Just, I think, a couple of pieces of information, because we always talk about, well, what's our fund balance? How are we doing? There is not a lot of change in terms of our fund balance. And Deb and I were looking at this today as we were talking about other activity within the village that we'll talk about as well. But we do have a reasonably healthy fund balance, which is somewhat good in terms of it gives us a sense of comfort that we're not up against any potential, catastrophic loss where we would not be able to meet our obligations. But we're also having to manage that money and think about what our priorities are, and certainly everybody finds ways to spend it. There's no lack of interest in how to spend it, but it's a question of what's our smartest way to go forward. So those numbers, I think, once we're fully through the audit and finance committee process, we'll get into greater detail with that as well. But a lot of the accounts themselves have been updated. There have been some that we've created that were not there previously to give us better detail in terms of tracking revenues and expenses. Some were obsolete, and I think she was trying to get some of these items out of the budget so that it wasn't these old line items that had no activity that were sitting there just taking up.
Well, don't they have to stay on for a couple
There are
of years
periods
or
of
something like
time,
that? Yeah.
correct, but if they're inactive over a certain amount of time, they can be removed from the statement. So Cynthia was looking for
Good.
those things
Yeah.
as well to make sure we just didn't have line after line of no activity
Right.
that reflect, long dormant or long completed activity. So that's our first sort of look at where we stand in the existing budget.
Okay.
The other item that might impact this, and again, we don't know, is our declaration of a disaster, if we get one, for the July storm. Been in contact with our FEMA folks at District 1, and everybody says we're in a good place and we're moving forward and everybody feels good, don't worry about it, which is great, but every 2 weeks we have another federal disaster somewhere in the country. Either something's burning, something's flooding, or something's blowing apart. And it makes me a little nervous that we haven't gotten some timing or indication of when this might be coming. Be that as it may, I've been told, don't worry about it. It is still on course to be approved. And one of the things that we've been doing in the interim is working on our local emergency management plan, which is part of our eligibility for hazard mitigation monies, which also then makes us eligible for a higher rate of reimbursement on these declared storms. So we are close to having that finished. I'm working with Alyssa Sabato and other folks on staff have been working with her to get this done and get it out. And so we'd be eligible then for the higher rate of reimbursement when we get the declaration for the July storm. So it's a lot of back office work and a lot of transactional work, but at the end result, when we get this thing and we bring it forward, we'll have to have a public, I think, adoption of not only our portion, but also the town portion. And then it does make us eligible for the higher rate of reimbursement. So,
Yeah.
It's an additional, I think, up to 5%.
I was speaking with somebody today over in New Hampshire in relation to my occupation there. And they just had mentioned, because they know I'm on the board and they're on a similar fashion, but there was a place in New Hampshire that had some flooding, I think in June, and they just got their declaration from FEMA. So evidently this is
all right.
The time frame. It takes time.
It's unusual, I guess. My only experiences have been with storms like Sandy and Irene, and storms where the declaration was like within 24 hours.
Right.
It was a federal and, the whole thing was up and running. This one is not following that path, so
I know it's hard.
just makes me nervous.
Uh-huh.
Because you get people who are still working, not in the office, but at home, and
Right.
Yeah.
so there's, evidently a delay somewhere.
Well, again, we've been in touch with FEMA District 1, and I keep saying, please don't, don't lose us or whatever.
Don't shuffle us out.
Don't
yeah.
shuffle us out, because this is a lot of money and very important to us in our budgets, and, this is significant. And then the eligibility for other programs that flow through that, and we'll talk about some of that later when we get into the stormwater flood control portion of this meeting, but it makes us eligible for more money to do projects, mitigation projects. So it's critical, I think, in both respects, for the money we've already spent and the damage we've already received, plus the ability to try to make ourselves less vulnerable for the next round of these things. And unfortunately, there seems to be a continuing round of this type of activity.
Not to be a
So-
dark cloud, but I just checked the weather this afternoon too, trying to plan things out.
Oh,
I'm trying to
geez,
do-
Stefan, come on now.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all aware of what the next couple of nights might be.
Not great, yeah.
Oh,
So,
God.
yeah, it doesn't make me happy, but I think we're just in one of these patterns.
This, this most recent one was for the flood, the late July, correct?
July 29th,
Right,
the
yeah.
storm of July 29th, right.
And I've been, the expenditures are notable.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
look at the warrants.
The warrants, yeah.
There's big
Significant
numbers.
dollars.
There's a lot of money being
Yeah.
spent to
Right.
Yeah.
rehabilitate
After
things.
all the work, the emergency
Yeah.
work that had to be done, yeah.
And that's just for getting the debris out of the system and getting the streets clean and getting, some of the areas passable. The longer term, the real money is going to be trying to do some of the mitigation and some of the fixes.
For the future, right?
Right, to try to avoid some of these problems. So, but we'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward.
Anything further on this item? Then we may move on to item number 4 on the agenda, manager recommendation for water sewer rate increases. We all have that in our packet.
So thanks. So just a little bit of background material. I did provide some of the history of some of the authorizations, because most of these projects extend over multiple councils, trustees, in multiple years, right? So some of these go back to 2014. Some of these go back to 2016. And as you can see, just following the history of how the money was spent, and then looking at just one of the bonds that I just know we just recently got, that's going to be in the new schedule, which I attached here, this RF3-308. You can see that that's now an additional $133,000 a year in repayment that will have to then go from now until 2048, when I think only Jeff will be still here. The rest of us will be long gone. But Jeff might still be around at 2048. I don't know.
I'm afraid I'm not planning that far ahead at this point.
So Jeff, if you get to the end of this, could you just let us know? Because by then I doubt I'll even know where the hell I am, let
On
alone
the
what I'm
other
doing.
side, okay.
So,
Could you explain what the overpayment recapture is on line 1? On the first one for 9/1/2019?
so that was part of this, and this was one of those loans that had that negative interest, and then they
Oh, right.
refinanced it, and that was part of that whole process. So as part of that, to annualize the payments and make it level, that was part of that
So the first payment.
recapture.
Okay,
That's why that number is different on payment 1 than the balance of all the other payments.
so it's due to the restructuring of the loan, right?
Right.
And
And now you
that's
see
added-
it's a zero rate interest and a zero administrative fee, which, by the way, one of the reasons I also wanted to bring this to your attention is some of these loans, these prior loans, have a 2% administrative fee attached to them. So when you look at some of your payments, you might be paying $120,000 in principal and interest, and then another 25 or 30,000 in this 2% administrative fee.
Who gets the administrative fees? The bond bank?
Hello? We pay those. It's-
We pay them. Who receives the dollars?
It goes back to the issuers.
Oh, okay.
So
So it comps them something. I get
it's
it.
part of their, I guess, their I better be careful how I say this because I'll get myself
Well,
in trouble.
I can-
Anyway, it's
I can
part of
say
the
it about
loan.
like, for instance, the
Cost of doing business.
the PPP
Cost, thank you.
loans.
Cost of doing business. I like that better than what I was going to say. It's the cost of doing business.
Well, the PPP loans were made, and every institution that issued the monies gets a 1% fee
Yes,
for administration.
yes.
It's like,
So that's why some of those are substantial, right? When you get into some of these
Yeah.
larger numbers,
Yeah.
it starts to lure.
And you can see it showed up as paid on this, as a payment. So,
Right.
in our financial. The interesting thing is you mentioned the beginning debt service on the 988,000, which of course we haven't received.
Yes.
right.
So that's kind of cool. If we're paying that, if we're making payments on it, we haven't got the money.
Yeah, that
Maybe.
one is tied up is because again, that's in that RD funding that's only reimbursable when you have the full 100% project complete, and that's the one that we're still going through.
But is it true that we will be paying debt service this year, even though we haven't received the funds?
No, only if the loan is placed within this funding cycle, Jake. So if they have not paid us, then no, they
And
cannot.
no, we won't have.
Okay.
Okay.
So my assumption is, in all honesty, that we will get the payment, we will have the schedule, it will be part of this year's transaction. It's just the frustration of knowing when.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to put in there was, again, for your reading pleasure, and it's always enjoyable, is to talk about debt benchmarking, because there's nothing more exciting late at night when you go through ratios and various, and this information is somewhat interesting from the standpoint of you can look at where we are compared to our peer group, which is part of what the bond bank puts together for us.
We're out of line.
Boy, that's a tough way of describing it. We have work to do.
Yeah.
We have some work to do. There's some areas that like our debt ratios are not where we would like them to be. And I think probably the biggest ones, as Jiggs was talking about, is our debt service as a percentage of our operating expenses is high. Our debt service as a percentage of our revenue is high. And I think our loan to debt percentage of revenue is probably not great either. So we're talking about how do we benchmark ourselves and what are we doing to make sure that we don't overextend ourselves. That's where these benchmarks are helpful, because it becomes a decision point or one piece of data on decision points about how much money or how we're going to invest in infrastructure and capital, and make sure that we're not so overextended that we put ourselves in a position where we could never have to raise rates to the point where it's unaffordable. Nobody likes to raise rates, and that's sort of a segue into where we stand currently. There are some positive things. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here at the meeting tonight.
Thanks a lot.
We're trying to be positive when we can. From an operations standpoint, when you look at just pure revenues and how we're doing with our actual operations of our water and sewer, we're doing okay. We're meeting our operations and actually exceeding our targets on our revenue and our margins. The problem is it's being undercut, as Jiggs has pointed out, by some of these longer term debts that now we have to be careful in how we manage that. And I think with that in mind, I made a recommendation to the board that we look at a 2% rate increase, which is basically a little below CPI in terms of what indicator you want to use for current CPI. But I think it's probably around the trend of where we stand for the longer term current cost inflation index. And all that's going to do is give us a nominal amount of additional revenues, which again will plow back into paying back some of these bond debts. It will also help us in relationship to the bond debts that are being paid by some of our contract service folks. So with North Walpole, some of our other people also pay back, as obviously when we raise the rate, they also participate in paying back some of the debt, as well as then it enhances revenues to help us cover some of our operations from that as well. So it's tough to ask our ratepayers to increase rates. I do know that it's sensitive and it's not being asked out of without a reason. And the honest reason is because we want to try to improve our position relative to the debt we've already assumed and the projects we've already done, so that we can make sure that we're healthy enough to pay that debt and maintain the system and keep providing water and sewer services to folks at a reasonable rate. So with all of that as a background, that's why I proposed to you for your consideration the 2% increase.
And you're gonna want that
Tonight, right?
before the next billing cycle.
Yes,
So that was my question. So this would be for October,
yes.
for the October bill?
So unless the board has any other concerns or comments, I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion. I will make a comment myself. I think, Scott, this is very articulate, the way you've presented it. I think this is better than what I've heard the last few times this was discussed here in previous meetings, going back some time. So I'll make the motion that the Board of Trustees accept the manager's recommendation and go with the 2% increase in water rates for the purpose of reflecting the annual bond payment costs associated with loan RF 3-308, and the additional 2% increase in sewer rates to reflect the additional bond payments as required for the USDA loan repayment. And entertain a second.
Can I suggest we just say 2%?
Sure.
Across
the board? Yeah. I think to tie it.
I mean, I don't want to tie it down too
Yeah,
much.
to tie
Might
it
make
to
it
those.
cleaner. Yeah.
I think it's
2% into the water and 2% onto the
I'll
sewer.
second that.
But I just want people to understand, because there's a lot of concern up there. This has been a topic of our meetings, is to, rates are going up, affordable, it's unaffordable.
And we know we'll hear from some people about the water and
Um,
sewer rate all the time. We always
Well,
do
probably
every year.
North Westminster, but I think he's articulated it very well
Yeah.
compared to previous assessment.
And every effort's being made to clean up our water and wastewater funds, all of our funds, and that we will be receiving at some point, this, as you can tack them into writing the check, the 988,000, which should help take care of the problem. We still have debt to pay. So.
Cleans up the books, it doesn't
Yeah.
clean up the obligation. Right?
No.
The obligation is still there,
It's
and
still
that's going to be
outstanding.
there.
Yeah.
I joke about 2048, but the stuff goes out a long ways.
This
Yeah.
So
2% is better than what we've heard previous,
Yeah.
Mhm.
as far as the rate increase.
All right. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You have your 2%. Thank you.
thank you. The last thing is a little bit of update since our last storm, and as Stefan pointed out, we're waiting on hopefully some weather that won't be too terrible.
Right.
But we're in a cycle where we're getting these 100-year storms every 5 to 10 years and 20-year storms every 6 to 12 months. So it's becoming, a fact of our daily life practically, that we're, closely monitoring the weather. I guess we'll start with a couple of items from the July storm, just as a point of reference. So back and I have the plan sets here. I didn't make copies because it gets to be a little bit ridiculous from the 20. These drawings go back to when we separated. We used to have combined storm, right? We used to have combined sanitary and storm. So the
Right.
village undertook a pretty significant project to do storm separation in a variety of places. So these plan sets go back to 81.
So mid-80s, early
So,
80s,
yeah. But part of it is it showed some of the consideration when you look at some of our pinch points, right? So when you're on Griswold Drive and you look at why is all this water flowing down Hyde Hill, and why is it constantly creating this problem? So some of it's elevation, some of it's just it's draining too large of an area too quickly. And even with the 15-inch drain and the other improvements that we made downstream, the force of that water is eroding that hillside to the point where too much material comes too quickly and it just overwhelms the capacity of the system. There are some opportunities in that we're working on a couple of programs to start to address some of that. Obviously, the long-term solution for any type of a stormwater program is detention and then releasing over time. Detention is wonderful, except it's incredibly expensive. And nobody wants to live next to a detention pond because most of the time it's not full. So it tends to be water that sits. Water that sits tends to be not terribly attractive, tends to get mosquitoes and weeds.
And it smells.
A little bit of a stink,
Yeah.
and let's be honest, nobody's really thrilled living next to the detention pond. So that's a challenge. There are some things we can do on the Griswold Drive side. There is some storm separation up here where we can do some improvements, and that's one of the things we're going to be working with. We have some folks coming to visit us in September that are part of this EWP program, which I'd given you some of the literature about. So this Emergency Watershed Protection Program, and they're coming out to do a site visit on the 22nd. So they're going to look at this. Andy and I are going to take them around, but we'll have them up here at Griswold Drive to look at that and some options with maybe some additional diversion of the water so that not all of that goes from that 15-inch pipe directly into that high hill drain, where then it comes down and creates the blockage at the bottom of the hill. So we've also got a problem up at the water plant where the creek is, and the name of the creek is escaping me there.
Holiday Brook.
That's it. Thank you. So my brain is fried from too
Same
much
type of
mediation
problem?
You
today.
talking about the one that comes out of the pond?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to have them take a look at that because there's a long-term concern. Obviously, we don't want to see large-scale erosion there, which would
Right.
potentially impact our water operations. So they're going to look at that location. We've also got two other locations out in town off of Imtech Drive we're going to take a look at. And then the last one in town is along where the playground road goes, down below recreation there.
Right, someone told me
And then
that
it
that
goes
drain
down the
doesn't,
hill, down to Burt, and you
Yeah.
can see where it's creating a new ravine.
apparently
really?
the manhole that's up
right.
at the wreck, someone told me it doesn't, I don't know how it was
Well, people were canoeing up there at the
engineered,
last
but it's
storm,
not
if you noticed.
capturing.
There were people in kayaks. They sent me
That's
pictures.
pretty bad, yeah.
I said, well, do me a favor, it's sewer water. What are you doing in the sewer?
They're
But
enjoying
that's-
themselves with what, making
yeah.
lemonade
I
out of
never
lemons.
understand people that jump into storm water, but that's, I guess, individual choices. What the hell? Live free or die. But be that as it may, but there's a serious problem there that we have to address. And so those are the four primary locations. This is a U.S. Department of Agriculture program. I'm hopeful that if we're eligible, it's a 75%, 75-25
So we
program,
match 25.
which would be a tremendous opportunity. So that's the first piece that we're going to look at, and that's already underway for September. The second one, which I also presented to you, are these Flood Resilient Communities Fund.
saw that
And
too.
to be honest with you, it's so new because it was based on some of the ARPA work and some of the other. It's very, it's a brand new program, so I don't know much about it. I've never participated in it. The thing that caught my eye was that it is, there's a couple of things here that I thought were interesting to us, that we would be able to potentially do a detention as part of this, because it does looking at natural floodplain improvements. So really, the Griswold Drive problem is a floodplain problem up there. And so there are some opportunities for flood storage and improved floodplain function, which is basically what we're looking at long-term on that Griswold Drive situation. So we're gonna get more into that, see what we have to do in terms of an application, and I might be back to you because there's a round of funding at the end of October and another round of funding in January. So depending upon how the EWP process goes, we'll have to try to figure out if there's other programs that might be eligible under this program, and then pursue those as well, so that people in the public can see us at least making efforts to try to address some of these problems a little more proactively, as opposed to coming after the fact and cleaning up mud and
Right.
saying we're sorry, which is, I'm sure getting old for some folks. So,
I was trying to, the last big project that was done with the pond, with the Hyde Hill, that we spent $20,000 or so on trying to fix that. Remember, they came in with the big machinery to clear out the.
Oh, the grates?
The grates and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it didn't work. I mean, maybe there's just no way, based upon the way the
Well-
river flows right now, so.
well,
It just got overwhelmed.
it got overwhelmed.
Yeah.
My concern there long-term is you have to do some stabilization there because it's only going to continue to slough in. The
Yeah.
Yeah.
more water we're flowing through there, the more likely we're going to see more material coming down.
I mean, back during the Mulkelly days, there used to be like, I called it the Doctor Who booth. It was like I don't know if you remember it going there, but it was, somebody stayed there while there was a storm going on
And watched it.
and watched it, and they usually had a backhoe backed right up there that if anything got in front of them grates, they were able to take it out.
Mhm.
Wasn't there a little house there or something?
Little
Like a
greenhouse,
That's what I mean,
yeah, little
yeah.
shack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. But that was like 80s, 81, 82,
Right. Yeah, I've seen plans where they had made recommendations where they had built like these 4 silt detention structures as it went down the hill,
yeah,
which is
Slow it down.
beautiful from an engineering standpoint, but how the hell do you access them and clean them out
right,
Yeah.
was not part of the plan set that I saw.
yeah.
And I have no idea how the hell you'd get to them and how the hell you'd clean them out.
So they fill up and then they're not.
So
effective.
they'd be good for about 5 years and
Yeah.
then they'd be useless. They'd just be nice water features as the water would be
Right,
coming
yeah.
down the hill.
You
Yeah.
get 2 to 3 inches
So-
of rain too in a matter of 5 or 6 hours. That's,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, 5 inches in 5 hours is where
yep.
you're going to run into a problem no matter what we do. But I think we are going to explore some of these solutions as part of these programs. And as we get into them, they are eligible for ARPA funding. So potentially, if there are a 75-25, it might be one of the recommendations I make to you as we go forward. That if we can find projects that are fundable and we get a federal partner to do 75%, it would certainly make some sense to me that
Sure
we
would.
try to do some things to see if we can alleviate some of these conditions. I never tell people you're going to fix flooding because it's not a fixable problem. It just changes over time. But we can try to make it less impactful and be smarter about how we're trying to attack it, which I think people would appreciate. But I never tell somebody, don't worry, we're going to fix flooding, because that's just a false statement and you end up looking like an idiot.
Right, yeah.
So, the things that I do tell people is, listen, we're going to try some things. We think we have some ideas that might work. And when we get to that point, you need to come and talk to your elected officials to support them, because they're going to have to spend money. And they're going to have to spend, in some cases, substantial amounts of money to try to fix some of these problems. And they want to hear from people before they make these decisions on spending that kind of money. So, when people ask me, well, what the hell are you going to do about it? I turn that question around and say, well, what the hell are you going to do when we have these discussions? And I'm hoping that you'll be a supporter when the time comes, because that's what I need. I get it, a certain amount of people, you need to take a little bit of beating just because people are frustrated, but that's where we're trying to focus our energy at the moment. And if people have other areas of concern, please contact my office. We're more than happy to go work with them, work with other locations if I'm not aware of, and be more than happy to try to include those as well. So those are just the 4 I highlighted quickly, because I know those are high priority items, but I'm sure there must be others I'm just not even aware of.
No, I think just the fact that you're pursuing these things is very good news.
It's better if we can at least have a plan in place.
Sure,
Hopefully,
yeah.
we don't have another one of those floods
please.
like we had in July.
No,
Um,
give us a chance to at least try
To
something.
try to something
Yeah.
else, yeah, exactly.
So,
I do have a question, 2 questions, well, kind of a follow-up to the locations. I was just, maybe you don't know, or maybe you haven't even been up there yet, but how did the watershed area off Darby Hill, where the gatehouses are, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Up on the other side of the interstate? How did them fare during this?
some of the areas where we've been doing some proactive work actually fared fairly well. Some of them, just because of the size of the culverts, just plugged and failed. I think Darby Hill was not one of the problem areas, so I think that was reasonably okay. I think we had some minor erosion, but nothing crazy.
Oh.
So we had some other areas where it was substantial.
And what about the other follow-up was, what about that spot on, you mentioned, was it MTech Lane?
Yes, correct.
What about the spot just above the Whitney Blake? Have you seen that?
Well, that all feeds that whole area really. So if you look at where the mover is across the street of Route 5, all the way across where the self-storage is, where the gas stations are, Whitney Blake, and then you keep going down to Chroma, that whole area is part of that whole watershed issue.
Because
So-
Tony Falzo showed me the spot going up the hill there by Silver Forest,
Mm.
between the edge of the road and the railroad tracks.
Yeah, there's another issue.
That
There
took
wa-
a big beating.
The railroad's been involved because there was a washout on the
Yeah.
tracks.
Mm.
And so we've been in touch with them. They're part of that conversation as well. Because they're going to have to be part of some solution, whatever that's going to be in that whole area. 'Cause at some point, we're going to wash the section just completely out. And
Yeah.
it's just a question of how much volume and if and when that occurs, we're going to have a huge cost.
Yeah.
In that kind of location, so.
Is that something that the village is responsible for? I ask that because it's outside of village property.
I think that the issue is, from a stormwater standpoint, we want to work with all of them to help us alleviate the problem, right? Because the stormwater
Right.
doesn't start there, but that's sort of where it ends, and then it goes into the Connecticut. So there's, I think, a little bit of, everybody's got a piece of this.
Right.
I think if we all work together, we can try to make some things that make sense.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, this most recent one I just mentioned, that, I guess that would be town.
Yeah,
The village forest would be village where the watershed area is.
right,
Right.
exactly.
So we're looking at both when they come, from these kinds of programs. They're not terribly interested in where the boundaries are.
No,
They're
no,
looking
I
at
get that,
watershed, and
yeah.
watershed looks at, where the water's going. So,
We'll work that part out internally when we get to it.
Well, and it's DPW too. I mean, so it's.
yeah, it's a concern, right? Because we certainly don't want to see long-term damage to the railroad, long-term damage to any of the properties in those areas. And it's threatening businesses, it's threatening a lot of things, so serious issues.
Anything, gentlemen? All right, then we would move down to review agenda items for the next meeting, which is September 28th, followed immediately by the joint board meeting on September 29th.
Right. So our hope is we'll have some more financial information for you for the 28th. I'll be working with the Finance Committee and Cynthia to get that updated. I don't have any, I can't off the top of my head recall if there was any specific things you had asked us from the previous meeting. I don't think there was any holdovers.
I don't think
So, but I'm sure we'll come up with a few
Yeah.
between now and then.
Items
So,
need to be on
I have
there.
one.
Yep.
Possibly one. I don't know if maybe we could get an update on the report card on the pursuit that was being reviewed.
okay, we'll talk about that.
Oh, yep,
Oh, yeah, the VLTC.
There was a,
Yeah.
I don't know even know if it's been completed yet, but if maybe by then
mm-hmm,
I'll talk to them.
we were supposed to
They were going to do a review.
a
and then there was some
review and
back
just kind of
forth.
like a report card on
Yeah.
how that went and how the procedures are.
I've written that down too.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. I've lost track of that one.
We gotta put North Westminster there, but probably not for the 28th.
I don't think we'll have it up.
Maybe into-
Yeah, probably the first meeting in
some in October.
in
yeah.
October.
Yeah.
It'll take some time to go
Yeah.
through the legal stuff, so.
Mhm, that's true. If we get to the 29th, there's a number of things already on there.
I do have a few items I was just going to run through quickly, and then if there's others. So the ones that I have from previous, we were going to discuss the fire agreement, which I think we'll have copies of that. I think that was
Mhm.
something that Wade had brought up. So we'll have that on for conversation. There will be a discussion about the BF Garage project and where that stands and the timelines on that. We do have bids, and we'll talk about a project at 66 Atkinson for demo.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about the LEMP, which is our local hazard mitigation plan, and I'm hoping by then we might have in a format where we could go through it and maybe have a public hearing or public discussion about it. And then we'll hopefully then have more guidance or some indication as to how we want to discuss our ARPA funds and
Mhm.
again, not any type of an obligation, but just a discussion as to guidelines, things that we might want to start to think about. And then I won't have any recommendations in terms of any specific recommendations until at least later in October or probably after the town meeting, which I think was, I have to do Deb's registration. I think it's the 20, what is that, the 14th? I don't remember the exact date of that,
Oh,
Deb.
for the town, we're talking about town fair?
The VLCT Town Fair.
Yeah, there's the online one, which is after the one day.
Right.
And I only want to do that one.
But I can't remember, I don't
I
recall
can't
the
remember,
date.
maybe starting the 14th or something like that.
Sometime in mid-October.
Yeah,
So I think by then we'll have updated information so that we'll be able to share that with the full
right,
board.
or whatever was available at that point. 'cause
Yes.
there are a number of different venues and speakers and
Yep.
stuff like that.
But I think that was one of the items that I think was part of that agenda, so.
Right, oil and propane bids,
Those will also be on for that, yep, for the award.
where you'll hear me spouting about alternative energy, again, like I always do. Maybe someday somebody will listen, okay. For the future, but, okay, so that's two.
Yep.
Did anyone else have anything else to suggest at this point for
Sounds like a full
those
one.
2 meetings? So we're gonna have Bang Bang Tuesday and Wednesday
Yes.
at the end of the month. Review and approve orders, bills, and warrants. I don't think you've signed them yet, right?
I've signed them, yeah.
You have, okay, so
we
we
got 'em.
so we did get everybody, okay.
Yep.
All right, so I need a motion for that.
Motion to approve the orders, bills, and warrants is circulated here tonight.
Thank you. And a
A
second.
second?
We have that. Any further discussion on the orders, bills, and warrants? Hearing nothing further, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Moving on to other business. Start with Scott.
No, nothing further for tonight. We do have the,
Yeah, we're going to have the executive
Correct.
session following. Yep.
Yep.
Wade?
I don't have anything other than I just wanted to give a shout out and a reminder to everybody listening that the on September 23rd will be the showing of the Star Hotel fire documentary that Fact TV and some of the folks up there have been working on for several months now. My understanding, it's just about ready to go, and on the 23rd, which is a week from Thursday, there'll be a showing at 5 p.m. for those that were, I guess, for some local fire folks, as well as those folks that were involved in helping produce this documentary. And then at that same evening on the 23rd, upstairs here in the Opera House will be the public, open to the public at, I believe it's 7:30.
7:30? Okay.
And I think that's all part of a fundraiser effort as well for the
For the park.
park
Yes.
that's being done now. So yeah, that's all I have. Just a reminder on that. Everybody should hopefully have a good turnout for that. And
Thank you, Wade. That sounds great. Jakes?
I'm good.
And all I would like to say is the park is moving along. There is a fundraiser for the Fireman's Park. And would they have a specific name? Bellows Falls Fireman's Memorial Park, something like that. I'm not sure. They need to settle on an official name. But you know, it looks like it's coming along quite well, and there's been a lot of donated skills to help that come, you know, to get happen. And I think it's
Right.
they're going to be opening it with targeted for the Fireman's Parade date.
October 11th.
October 11th.
Don't have a full scheduled yet for that day, but that's the date that they'll be doing a public, I guess, unveiling and have a ceremony. And so,
That sounds great.
yeah, very exciting.
That's all I got right now. Stefan,
Yeah, it's great that that's happening. There's a lot of history. I remember the night well,
so it'll be nice
back
to,
many years ago.
and have something there for everyone to think about it when they
Yeah.
go through the park and other places to do it, an official place to do events and stuff.
Be a great memorial to those two men.
The families, yeah.
I do, am pleased to see more activity on the New Arch Bridge.
Yeah.
And again, not a dark cloud, but I'm hearing rumors up in Charlietown that Route 12 ain't going so hot over there at the moment, and it could be longer.
I've heard that too.
Okay,
Nobody will go on the record and tell me that, but
right.
anybody you talk to off the record is
Yeah.
telling me.
Well, took a ride up.
Dig in, they say it's the long haul project.
longer
Not
than
good.
what?
I heard the spring, but
I've heard the same.
into 2022.
And then, yeah, meaning June, the spring for the
So that
DOT.
pushes out, of course, the other project that was already going on Route 12. Or many months beyond that.
It's a boomerang effect on
Exactly.
everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is all.
Jeff. All right, we do have a need for an executive session. Where are we here? It must be on the other side. We have to do
I'll
two
wing it.
motions on that.
We do.
Yes, let's do it about a legal matter. We do first one and the second one.
Okay, are we ready to do this now?
Yes, it looks like we're there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we enter into an executive session to discuss a legal matter where premature general knowledge may clearly place the municipality at a substantial disadvantage, and to invite into that executive session the municipal manager for the Village of Bellows Falls.
I'll second that motion.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now the second motion, please.
Okay, second motion, I move the board enter into an executive session to discuss a potential litigation or
Or just a
a legal matter.
Yeah.
Okay, I would take it that would be maybe per 1 VSA section 313 A and 1.
Need a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are going into executive session. Thank you very much, everyone. That's okay. And good night.
Good.
Record.